we ready to go? At some point, let's get this. Good evening, everybody. Welcome. Before I begin the regular City Council meeting closed session, I would like to remind speakers, members of the audience, that anyone wishing to speak during the public comment must obtain a number card from the city clerk. If you didn't, please go to the back of the room and staff will issue you a number card. I would like to call to order the regular City Council meeting closed session. The time is 5:34. City Clerk Duarte, would you please take roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Horn is absent. Councilmember Sosa,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo, and Mayor Frometa.
Present. Okay, now is the time for public comment. For those wishing to speak, please remember, it's on closed session items only. Looks like we have a speaker. Speaker number one may come up.
Lee Squire, City of Downey, District Number 3, Mayor and City Council. Reference the City Clerk's evaluation. 3 words come to mind: respect, patience, and responsiveness. I have made ongoing public records requests, and the above words come to mind as to the conduct and the just the general behavior of your city clerk. It describes her, a better also description of her leadership of your city clerk's office is her staff, Linda, Isabel, and Augustine, for they do her justice. Please consider my comments of we the people of the city of Downey. And again, I would just like to say thank you for the city clerk and their staff for all the work that they have done and their patience with this guy in responding to public records requests. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 2 may come up. Hello, good evening.
It's kind of hard to follow that. Kudos to most of it, just about all of it. I would just like to say the city clerk has done an admirable job. I've said it before, and I will say it again every opportunity I get to do so. And I still think that you need to reduce the government bureaucracy that you force her to work under. In this case, Ms. Duarte. Stop all your nonsense, centralize things, just keep everything on the city's website. There's no reason for you to get on Instagram or Facebook. There's no reason for any of that. I mean, we know this is all, bad situations. A lot of bad things happen on any of these formats and these platforms, but just keep it local so the city clerk can update everything. And the city clerk is going to have to be dealing with all the crooked elections that are going on. There are plenty of them. And we already have evidence that they plan on doing more. So we need our city clerk to be able to not have to be distracted and that can update the city's website and make it as efficiently running as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. City Clerk, did we receive any written public comment on closed session items?
Yes, Mayor. We actually received one written public comment from Mr. Squire commending the city clerk for her role as city clerk.
Thank you. Now I will entertain a motion in a second to receive and file the written public comment.
So moved. Second.
Okay, please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
And I will make a motion, if there's no other speakers, to close public comment. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so ordered by the mayor. The city council at this time will recess to closed session under the following authorities. Number 1, Government Code Section 54957B1, the Public Employee Performance Evaluation for a city clerk. And number 2, Government Code Section 54956.95, Liability Claim, Workers' Compensation Claim, Claimant Scott Wilcox. claim number 21-159027. Agency claimed against is the City of Downey. We will now recess to close session. The time is 5:39. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us tonight. At this time, we will reconvene from our closed session. City Attorney Funk, will you please report the closed session action?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. The City Council tonight convened in closed session earlier to address both items on the closed session agenda. There was no reportable action from the proceedings tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney Funk. Before we begin the regular City Council meeting open session, I would like to remind members of the audience that anyone wishing to speak during public comment must obtain a number card from our city clerk. If you didn't obtain a number card and wish to speak, please proceed to the back of the room and city staff will issue you a number card. As you know, lining up during public comment is no longer permitted. Each speaker will need to remain in their seats until their number is called. And the time clock will begin once you approach the podium. I will now call to order the regular City Council meeting open session. The time is 6:39. City Clerk Duarte, would you please take roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Horn,
Present.
Councilmember Sosa,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo,
Here.
and Mayor Frometa.
Present. At this time, I would like to call on Greg Welch, chaplain for our Downey Police Department, to lead us in the invocation. Would you please stand with me?
This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you again for this opportunity to convene with the leaders of our city, the people who keep us safe, and our citizens, Lord. We thank you for each and every one and the contribution they make each and every day to do those very things, keeping us safe in this wonderful city of Downey. Lord, this is a season of Thanksgiving, and lest we forget, we should be thankful every single day of every season. But thank you for the blessings that you bestowed upon us, to this city, to these individuals before me and behind me, Lord. In your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you for that, Greg. At this time, I will like to call upon our awesome Fire Chief Dan Herlock to lead us in the flag salute.
All right, if you'll remain standing, turn and face the flag, put your right hand over your heart, and join me in the salute to our flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you for joining us tonight. It is always a pleasure to be here. It is an honor to serve as your mayor, and this is your city council meeting. At this time, I would like to begin with our city council member announcements, requests for future agenda items, conference and meeting reports, and I will begin first to my far right, council member Hector Sosa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You caught me off guard. You never start with me. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here, and I hope you all had a nice, blessed Thanksgiving. I'll keep my comments short. I did attend the Downey YMCA community kickoff event, a great event. A lot of community members and community leaders showed up for that, and I think the Downey YMCA is going to be a really good thing for our community and for our families. I was invited, and I attended the LA Cata annual Thanksgiving luncheon, which caused me to be late to Assemblywoman Blanca Pacheco's turkey giveaway. I'm sorry, Blanca. But LA Cata does a lot of great things for just people in transition with respect to treatment for drug and alcohol abuse and just staying out of trouble. I also attended yesterday, I attended the ARC California Latino Disability Leadership Summit The ARC in itself is doing a lot of great things for our community, for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So great to have them here in our city. I do want to announce to the audience that this Saturday, in conjunction with the city of Paramount, we'll be hosting a free veterans breakfast, which is open to all veterans in the area. They can each bring one guest, and that's from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., and that's going to be at 8111 Somerset Boulevard, and that's in conjunction with VPAN, also with RMI, CMVR, City of Downey, and City of Paramount. So if you're a veteran and you know a veteran, come on down and join us. And it's a small chance for us to honor our veterans by the way of a free breakfast. And we'll also have Celico Workforce Development there to educate the audience on some free resources and valuable resources and training for veterans in the workforce. And that concludes my comments, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sosa. To my far left, Councilmember Timothy Horn.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to report that I, too, did attend the Downey Family YMC kickoff reception. Also, I did attend the LA Cata annual Thanksgiving event. And in addition, I attended the Tri-Mixer with the Downey Chamber of Commerce a week or two ago. And that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Horn. Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, everyone, and happy belated Thanksgiving. I also had an opportunity to attend the YMCA event, the ARC event. I also had a chance to attend a concert at the Hollywood Bowl. I bring this only up because we took the shuttle from Lakewood. It was very convenient. It's only $7. So if you're ever going to the Hollywood Bowl from Downey, I encourage you to look into taking the shuttle from Lakewood. And if you imbibe, you can take your own alcoholic beverages. So look out for that shuttle. I thought it was very convenient for those concerts, a great venue. I also was invited and I attended the 70th Latino Leaders Luncheon in LA at the beautiful California Club. Got a chance to represent the city and be there amongst other electeds. They recognized an amazing percussionist, Sheila E. She had a great song in the 80s, The Glamorous Life, so that was kind of nice. And just want to invite everyone to the Chamber Holiday Annual Parade. It's happening this Sunday. It's part of the tradition for the Trujillo family. When we had our house on Lexington, the parade always gathers in the front and starts there, so it's just a great day for the family to come out, especially for the kids. They get to see Santa, so come out to the parade. It starts at 1 o'clock, I believe, and it starts on Florence and Downey. I believe that's the starting point, but people will line up all up at Downey Avenue. And last but not least, thank you to the staff for updating the app. The Downey app now has an icon, which is a tent. If you see any tents in the city, we encourage you to report those. We really want to have zero tolerance on people setting up tents. Again, we're more than willing to provide resources. We have vouchers for hotels. We will get people housing. We will reach out to resources. So let us know if you see tents throughout the city. And the last thing, I want to see if we can get on the agenda an item about the Downey Museum of Art. I understand that there's an AG opinion that was issued. It's been brought to our attention. I don't know if we're out of compliance, but I think we should get an update on what we are doing. Are we meeting the expectations or the intent of the law, and that is that space is supposed to provide something around arts. I just want to make sure we're in compliance. So if we can get an update about that opinion and where we're at today.
I will second that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And that concludes my comments and requests for agenda items.
Thank you, MPT, and good evening once again, everybody. It's nice to see you here. I would like to acknowledge some members of our audience. You're all VIPs, but I do want to acknowledge our Senator Bob Archuleta, who is joining us tonight. Thank you for being here. Also, Assembly Member Blanca Pacheco. The Executive Director of our Chamber of Commerce, Michael Calvert. The former President of our Downey Chamber of Commerce, Carmen Padilla Gonzalez. Executive Director of the 1020 Club. Yes, Ronnie Fernandez and his beautiful family. I do want to say thank you to our police and fire department. After a busy holiday, the Thanksgiving holiday tends to be, as you can imagine, a busy time for all of us. And certainly, the work that our police and fire department provide for our residents during the holiday is invaluable. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Herlock, and thank you, Chief Murray, for your leadership. We know that our departments were busy, and our men and women in uniform continue to serve Downey with distinction. So thank you. Thank you for that. I also would like to, those of you that are here in attendance and those of you that are watching us online, as we enter the season of course, Thanksgiving, but we enter the holiday season, I want to wish you a happy holiday season and a very Merry Christmas. I know that we still have another council meeting before the Christmas holiday, but things get very busy around our homes and certainly around City Hall, around our businesses, with people doing a lot of things, shopping and the like. And I want to take this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you to every member of our community for making Downey the best place to call home. Those of us that have been in this community, whether it's 40 years, 50 years, or 2 years, or 6 months, Downey is a special place. And it takes all of us being engaged and being involved to make this vibrant community what it is. And as we go about our hurried lives, let's take a moment to, of course, reflect on this season, the meaning of this season, and be kind to each other. I know we experience a lot of road rage. We do experience some traffic accidents. Just this morning, after I dropped off my daughter at school, the early morning hours, there was a significant collision right north of Stonewood Mall. And again, people are busy, but we need to remember to slow down. And also, I would like to extend an invitation to our community to join us as we support the annual toy drive that is spearheaded by our Downey Fire Department. Every year, there are toys that are collected here at City Hall, at the fire stations, and the various city facilities. Please bring an unwrapped toy. Our children in our community need that. Some families are experiencing some hardships. Inflation, of course, has been unrelenting. And let's, in a spirit of thanks and gratitude and generosity, let's think about those less fortunate as well. I also would like to invite our community to join us next Monday, December the 4th, as we light up our tree outside of City Hall at our Civic Center. It will be a wonderful time to come together as a community. Over the last several years, hundreds and hundreds of community residents come out with their families. We light up our Christmas tree. We have a visit from Santa, and that is happening Monday, December 4th at 6 p.m. We also have on Saturday, December the 9th, from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m., the Apollo lighting at the Columbia Memorial Space Center. That is a great event as well, with free activities for the family and geared to STEM activities. And I know that Ben and his team do a wonderful job every year. Also, we are preparing, and I want to say thank you to staff. Every year for the past few years, we have the Santa Caravan. This started in 2021 as a result of the latter part of 2020, as we were still with the COVID situation. And we wanted to bring some holiday cheer to our neighborhoods and our families. And we began a Santa Caravan. And I want to say thank you to staff for all of their hard work, Jason and team, for helping put this together. The council and I are always looking forward to this special event. The Santa Caravan will take place on 2 Mondays, December 11th, and then again December 18th. And we go throughout the city with the big man in the red suit through northeast, southeast, and then northwest, southwest. More information will be provided in Mayor Frometa's 90-second roundup, and that will be those 90-second roundup videos that will be coming out later this week. I do want to report a couple of items events that I attended with my council colleagues. I also had the pleasure of attending the YMCA Community Fundraising Kickoff event alongside also our city manager and assistant city manager. This is a great opportunity for the community to come together and support the fundraising efforts for the Downey YMCA. We also attended the NALEO, National Association of Latino Elected Officials, a celebration of Latino leadership evening event. And just last night, had the opportunity to attend with MPT Trujillo and Councilmember Sosa, the ARC California Latino Disability evening reception with the iconic Dolores Huerta. And this, as we say, to support and advocate for continued efforts to bring more opportunities for our residents with disabilities, intellectual and physical disabilities, having a disability is not a problem. The problem is having access. And I think that from a city standpoint and a programming standpoint, this year we have been more intentional about providing programming for individuals and families that have children with disabilities. I think that is really important. I only have a couple of items for staff. I know that we have discussed in the past, and I know that it's on the agenda, we'll be discussing later the parking lot situation. But I also want to bring up the bollards that we've discussed for downtown Downey, and also continuing to make sure that our Downey Police Department continues with speed enforcement. I know that that is an area that is a constant issue. We continue to hear from residents, whether it's a major thoroughfare or the smaller avenues that cut from north and south or east west in our city. Those need to be looked at. Whether it's Downey Avenue from Firestone to Imperial, or Stewart and Gray to Imperial, or Brookshire also from Stewart and Gray to Imperial, or Gardendale from Paramount to the other side. I think those are areas that continue to be focus. Firestone, there's been reports of motorcycles right outside of Ojos Locos doing one-wheelies or popping wheelies over the last couple of weeks. And again, that presents a potential safety issue for other drivers. So I want to make sure that we pay close attention to that. And certainly around the schools, the drop-off period around middle schools and or elementary schools becomes very difficult in neighborhood streets where there's where there's a crosswalk, but unfortunately vehicles do not adhere to parking regulations, and we see terrible traffic and the possibility of children getting hit. So if we can take a look at that, that would be very much appreciated. With that, I will conclude my comments. Thank you for tonight. And it looks like we have a couple of presentations. I will head down in just a minute. Before I do that, I will turn it over to our city manager for city manager and staff comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, got your comments about the bollards. We are working on that item, and we'll bring something forward shortly on that, as well as we're taking notes on speed enforcement, make sure that we continue to look at that issue in our community, as well as traffic around schools. So thank you, and nothing else from staff.
It is my pleasure tonight to award the Mayor's Legacy Award to somebody that is very special, somebody that I've had the pleasure of knowing, him and his wife and his family, for at least 20 years. He is not only a Rotarian, but he was involved, and I like, there's so many service clubs and organizations in the city of Downey, well over 30. And while I'm a Kiwanian, and some of us on council are Kiwanians, the Rotarians' motto is service above self. And one of the things that really encapsulates this individual and his wife and their family is service above self. Dr. Dan Fox is someone that has been in the city of Downey his entire life. He was born and raised in the wonderful city of Downey. He attended Downey schools, and he's a Warren Bear. Go Bears. He also attended Cerritos Community College, where he earned his associate's degree in business administration, and he completed the prerequisite work for to become a chiropractor. After earning his doctorate of chiropractic degree, he returned to Downey to establish a practice with his father-in-law, Dr. William Sheets. Now, Dr. Fox and his wife, Debbie, Dr. Debbie Fox as well, live in Downey and have two wonderful children who I have the pleasure of knowing. He has practiced as a chiropractor for the past 40 years, and I, too, and my family have had the pleasure of going to his practice whenever we've needed some alignment. His office has served the city of Downey and the surrounding area for 60 years. Dr. Fox is an active member of his church, where he has been involved many years. He's involved in music as well as food programs. He has been actively involved in the Downey community for many decades, including, as I said, the Rotary Club for 39 years, including serving as past president. I would like to let you know that aside from serving in Rotary And when we both served and were members of First Baptist Church of Downey, and him and his wife were part of the worship team. He also served in the theater program in the church. Every Sunday, the theater program every holiday, every Christmas, including the well-known for many years, the singing, the live Christmas tree, that we had a pleasure of also participating some 20 years ago. Dr. Fox is also an Eagle Scout and has volunteered as a kids play basketball coach many years. He is also an active and involved member of Gangs Out of Downey and past president. He has participated over the years in Keep Downey Beautiful cleanup events, and he's also part of the Rotary Club service work. He previously served as a Public Works Committee member for my district, Council District 4, for almost 4 years. It was my first term in office, and I am very grateful for his service. He also serves as a substitute teacher for our Downey Unified School District, and he has done that for the past 20 years. As you can see, Dr. Fox has a true passion for this community, true love for Downey, and his daughter was also a wonderful, wonderful woman who was a teacher for Downey Unified for many years, Lauren. They recently relocated to Arizona, but just a wonderful family. And Dr. Dan Fox, would you please stand up and come and be recognized? In recognition, Dr. Dan Fox, of your selfless dedication and always going above and beyond for others. Your heartfelt efforts and accomplishments have been of enormous value to our community and have helped to further the common goal of making our city a better place for all. Thank you for leaving a legacy of service and generosity in our community. Thank you. Here is the mayor's challenge coin. So I have to give you the challenge coin. And then the pin. And if you would like to say a few words.
It's a pleasure to have received the Legacy Award. It's because of people like you that have gone before me that allows me to continue to strive and make our community better. I recently read a little meme that said, happiness is realizing that your children are good people. And I want to thank Downey and the community for making me a good person and recognizing that. Thanks so much.
We have a very special individual that has served this community with the highest distinction for several decades. 33 years of service. And that is our Downey Police Chief, Leslie Murray. And we are grateful, Chief, for your selfless dedication, commitment, and love of Downey. It has been my honor and my pleasure to serve in this capacity and have you as the chief of this city. I would like to call upon our city manager, Roger Bradley, to present the city title and a certificate of recognition.
Thanks, Mayor. This is it's a bittersweet moment, but also it's a pleasure as a city manager to be able to present a thanks to someone who has committed their whole life to a community, to an organization. As the mayor mentioned, the chief's been here for 33 years, has seen and been involved in every part of this organization, in the police department, throughout the community, and the level of blood, sweat, and tears that she's put into this job and to protecting this community is commendable throughout her distinguished career. I'm very thankful to have had her here. I'll share a little bit about her biography, and as you go through and I read this, you'll see just how much she's done over her career here in the community, and it's very impressive. Chief Leslie Murray is a 33-year veteran of the Downey Police Department. She was raised in Norwalk and Bellflower and attended Downey schools, graduating from Downey High School. She attended California State Long Beach, earning her bachelor's degree in sociology in 1990, and that same year she was hired as a Downey police officer. She attended the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Academy and upon graduation was assigned to field operations as a patrol officer. She went on to work as a sex crimes and child abuse detective, and then as the department training coordinator and community relations officer. In 2000, Leslie was promoted to sergeant and was the first female sergeant in Downey PD's 43-year history. She served in that supervisory capacity as a field operations and detective bureau sergeant. As a sergeant, Leslie was also supervised jail operations, the field training program, the department's first information technology support team, school resource program, and was the department media relations liaison. In 2008, Leslie was promoted to lieutenant and worked as a field operations watch commander, the special operations lieutenant in charge of the traffic unit, and as the administrative lieutenant, which included oversight of the professional standards unit. Leslie also managed jail operations, the use of force training unit, range staff, homeless outreach team, field training program, chaplain program, and explorer programs. She developed the department's first peer support team in 2012, as well as the department's social media and crime impact teams to better serve the Downey Police Department employees and the Downey community. In 2018, Leslie was promoted to captain. She served in this capacity overseeing both the detective and administrative divisions of the department, as well as serving as the field operations captain. During her tenure as a captain, she oversaw the reinstitution of the department's Internet Crimes Against Children's unit, as well as the development of the department's critical response unit. In 2021, Leslie was, in December of that year, she was selected to take over as the 12th police chief for the city of Downey. Leslie is a graduate of the Sherman Block Institute, the LAPD's West Point Leadership Program, and is an FBI National Academy graduate. She holds a master's degree in public policy and administration from Cal State Long Beach. Leslie has served on the board of the Public Safety Peer Support Association, the Downey Police Management Association, is on the board of the Downey Police and Fire Foundation. She is proud to be a product of Downey and the values and relationships she has built within the community. Leslie is committed to partnering with the community in order to best serve those who live, travel through, and work in the city of Downey. I think most importantly, it's also important to thank her family, which have lent her to us all these many years and continue to let her work diligently and many long hours and continue of service to the community. And she's married to her husband, Dan, who is a retired Downey police sergeant himself. They have 4 children and 2 grandchildren and celebrated their 30th wedding anniversary just this year. They enjoy staying active, spending time with family and friends, and traveling. And again, we'd like to bring the chief up and congratulate her on her many years of service and wish her well in her next adventures. And just say that this is a certificate recognition and a city tile that we're presenting to her. And on behalf of the citizens of Downey, in recognition for your 33 years of service to the community of Downey, given with sincere appreciation for your outstanding contributions to the Downey Police Department. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for this honor. I had to write it down because I didn't know if I'd get through this or not, but I have so much gratitude for you all being here today. Madam Mayor, City Council, thank you for having me here today and bestowing this honor on me. Thank you all for being here tonight. It's important, and I appreciate you sharing this milestone with me in my life and in my career. I stand before you with a heart full of gratitude, and I'm deeply honored to be recognized by the council for my service to the city. I appreciate the unwavering support that the police department has given me. I'm sorry, I'm losing my place. I'm deeply honored to be recognized by the City Council for my service to the city, to the police department, and the community. Your unwavering support for the police department has been instrumental in my journey. And it's not just this City Council, but every City Council that I've worked for during my career has really supported the police department. They've given us the tools that we need to do our jobs effectively, and for that I have so much gratitude. As I stand before you today, I can't help but reflect back on my 33 years of service to the police department. It's been a long journey, and it's been full of challenges, achievements, joys, and sorrows. But through it all, the unwavering spirit of the Downey community and the dedication of the men and women of the police department have been a constant source of inspiration to me. Since joining the police department in 1990, I've enjoyed a great career, a variety of assignments, but along the way, most importantly, I've met and worked with some of the most amazing people. They've become mentors, colleagues, friends, and family. And it's not just the police department personnel, it's all of the employees at the City of Downey. I've forged great friendships with many of them. I appreciate the support of my coworkers, the fellow department heads. The people that I've encountered along the way have really shaped me. They've taught me everything I know about policing, about leadership, about teamwork, and about integrity. They've supported me, challenged me, inspired me, and I'm forever grateful to each and every one of you for your dedication, professionalism, and camaraderie. To the Downey community, thank you for embracing me as your chief and entrusting me with the responsibility of ensuring your safety. The people of this city have shown me their trust, their respect, and appreciation, and even in difficult times. With law enforcement, it's not a matter of if, but when the bad times will come. But in 33 years, we've had our ups and downs, and the Downey community has always stood by me and by the police department. And for that, I have a great deal of gratitude. And above all, I'm grateful to my family. See, I knew this would choke me up. My husband, Dan, is over there videotaping me so he can make fun of me later. And my youngest son, Ryan, he's the only one out of our 4 children that followed in our footsteps. He's a deputy sheriff for the Orange County Sheriff's Department. They are able to be here. My other son and 2 daughters were not able to be here today, but all of them have made sacrifices, for me and my husband in our careers. But particularly in the last few years, in this part of our time of my career, there's a lot of challenges and a lot of sacrifices. They've borne the brunt of missed family dinners, family gatherings, birthdays, holidays, of listening of being that ear, that sounding board for me, and for that I have so much gratitude. And there's a lot of worry that comes with this profession, especially when both of your parents are in the same career, and I'm sure it took its toll on my kids, but I am very grateful to them. I want you to know that the sacrifices that you've made throughout my career have not gone unnoticed, and I'm very appreciative for that. My family has been my rock, and it extends past my immediate family, and my parents helped me through this career, helping to raise my family. They aren't able to be here today, but they are still with us, and I have a lot of gratitude for them as well. As I close this chapter of my life and my career, I look back with a great deal of gratitude and personal satisfaction. This career is challenging, but an extremely rewarding one for all of my peers. I know you all have a ways to go, and don't be jealous, but it really is a meaningful profession, and I'm excited for what comes for each of you as well, and I hope you get as much out of your careers as I did mine. It's been a great privilege, the privilege of my life, to serve as a Downey police officer and as your police chief. Thank you all for this incredible honor. Thank you.
I told the chief not to go far because we have several people here that would like to recognize the chief's dedication and service to our community for so many years. And I would like to call upon our dear Senator Archuleta to present the resolution.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Senator Bob Archuleta. I'm your senator. I'm honored to represent the beautiful city of Downey. And not too long ago, we were recognizing this young lady. And I say young lady because I think she still looks great and ready to start another career. God knows, I don't know what you're going to do, Chief, but you can't leave law enforcement because there's another position waiting for you somewhere. But I will tell you this, that the city of Downey is your home, no doubt. We've heard that, and we heard your bio. But one thing was not mentioned, and I've got to stand up for the state of California and certainly the 30th Senate District, and that is you were our Woman of the Year. 1 million people, and you were chosen as our Woman of the Year. And I won't forget the times that we spent together in Sacramento, being acknowledged by the state Senate and everyone in California to acknowledge your service and dedication, not only to your family, but to the great city of Downey and law enforcement. So this resolution was just brought in, actually was mailed in very carefully to make sure the glass didn't break. But I'd like to just read the last couple of lines, and it be resolved by the state of California and your senator for your service to the great city and your superior record of dedication to law enforcement. And it is our extension to you to say thank you for your service. And when you get home, you can sit down and read all the whereases, because there's quite a few. But more importantly, I think it says something that we love you, we love your dedication, we will not forget what you've given to the city, to the state, and please, always remember, you have a home right here in Downey, you have a home in the 30th Senate District, and we certainly appreciate your service. God bless you, and have a great time. And I know that young trooper over there, maybe he'll teach you how to ride a bike. I don't know what we're going to do with Dan, but it's been my honor to know him probably before you got married. We go back a little ways. But again, I am so honored to be here. So on behalf of the state of California, God bless and have a great future. Thank you. Can we take a picture?
I will also like to call upon a former colleague and now Assembly Member Blanca Pacheco to present a certificate of recognition.
Good evening, everyone. It's such a pleasure to see all of you. I am your Assembly Member Blanca Pacheco, and I have the pleasure of serving you in the state capitol in Sacramento. And prior to that, I served here in Downey on Downey City Council. And it's a pleasure to be here today to celebrate the accomplishments of our amazing Police Chief, Murray. She pretty much grew up here in Downey. I'll just say you grew up here in Downey, even though we heard it was Norwalk, but you grew up in the Downey area, went to Downey High School, and was also inducted into the Downey High School Hall of Fame. Just had to mention that. It was the same year that I got inducted into the Downey High School Hall of Fame, and I was very impressed by all of her accomplishments and for everything that she has done here in the city of Downey. She has been a role model for so many young women, who see her and who know that they can accomplish anything, that they can join a profession that is male-dominated. And so for that, I thank you. I thank you for doing this, this job, this service to the city, and for your dedication and your compassion, and for every day doing the difficult job. It's not easy, and I know it, but you are an inspiration to young women. You are an inspiration to many women, including myself and other women here. We just thank you for everything that you do. So tonight we celebrate you for your 33 years of service to the Downey Police Department, your 33 years of service to our Downey community residents who appreciate you tremendously, who appreciate you more than you know. And every day we thank you, even though we don't say it. So I thank you for your 33 years of service. I thank your family for allowing us to have you, especially as our police chief. Thank you, Dan, and also thank you to your son for being here as well. It's not easy, but we appreciate her tremendously. I had the pleasure of working alongside her while on Downey City Council, and this year now as the Assembly member with their visits in Sacramento. And it was nice. It was nice to have conversations in Sacramento. And so I want to thank you for joining me in Sacramento as well, and for all the work that you do. And I know we will continue in communication. I know you're leaving the Downey Police Department, but you're not going to be far. And you're always going to be close, and always a phone call away. And I know your heart will always be in Downey. And so I'm looking forward to our continued friendship. I'm looking forward to many calls, dinners, and hopefully other celebrations. But I have here also a resolution. So we have an assembly resolution as well. You'll notice ours is green because we have the green carpet. But I have this here for you with all the amazing whereases, and you can read this at home as well. But I appreciate you tremendously, and just know you will always be near and dear to my heart. Thank you. Thank you.
We've got a couple of more presentations. I would like to call upon our Fire Chief, Dan Herlock. I know he's going to present a recognition on behalf of the Downey Police and Fire Foundation.
Chief Murray, on behalf of the Downey Police and Fire Foundation, I want to thank you for your loyal service and your dedicated leadership to the group, not only to the citizens of Downey, but to all the men and women of the police department and the fire department. I want to thank you for your guidance and your decision-making that have helped countless number of police and fire department members throughout the years in their time of need. I want to personally thank you for the friendship and the partnership that you and I have developed over the last few years. It's been instrumental in helping to continue developing relationships among our department to continue to help us to grow and work together. So on behalf of the Police and Fire Foundation, I'd like to present you with this monument and say thank you very much. Congratulations.
One last one, certainly not least, I would like to call upon Jeannie Wood, Ambassador for the Downey Chamber of Commerce, to present a gift.
This is sort of a personal gift, Chief. You know, my heart, my passion is in volunteering and giving my time to others whenever I can. I've worked for the police department for many years now. I love it. I love working in the records department. So this is just a little something as a thank you. I'm a little nervous. Appreciation to you. It's a few things. This is and I have a couple mini Corvettes in here, which you're going to be in the real Corvette on Sunday, but this is like to remind, I'm going to miss.
Make sure I show up to the parade on Sunday.
Yeah. I'm going to miss driving you in the parade, chamber parade, in the convertibles, but so this year I want to make it memorable for you this year.
Thank you.
And this little Christmas ornament engraved with your name on it and a few other things. And I said, I got one more gift for you, about to take it to the station because it didn't come yet.
Thank you, Jeannie.
I love
So appreciative. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, and thank you for hiring me at the police department.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, we could do that. Yeah. Let's do a photo. Thank you very much.
Can we please give Chief Murray and her family one big round of applause, please? Thank you. Thank you for those of you that were here to honor our police chief. And moving on with our agenda tonight, this is now the time for public comment on agenda, consent calendar, and on agenda items. If you didn't receive a number card and wish to speak, please proceed to the back of the room to be issued a number card. Before we begin the public comment period, I would like to remind members of the audience that the city's meeting rules contained in the Downey Municipal Code prohibit any conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Copies of the meeting rules are located in the back of the room. Members of the audience and speakers who violate these rules and cause a disruption will receive one warning and then may be removed from the meeting. Violations of the rules of decorum for council meetings may also result in an administrative fine under the municipal code or citation for a misdemeanor under Penal Code Section 403. This city council acknowledges the right of the public to address issues that are within Downey's jurisdiction and invites the public to do so during the city council meeting. However, this right must be balanced with the need of the city to conduct the public business in a fair and efficient manner, free from disruption or disturbance. We expect that everyone who participates in tonight's meeting, from the members of the council here on the dais, to staff, to the members of the public in attendance, will do so with respect and dignity. Please refrain from using profanity, name-calling, or behaving in a way that disrupts this meeting. This includes yelling, whistling, booing, screaming, and any other outburst that disrupts or disturbs this meeting. Any conduct that interferes with or disrupts persons who are addressing the city council. Any conduct that interferes with or disrupts council members while they are speaking, and any other conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Now, attacks of a personal nature on city staff or city council members and that have no connection to agenda items or non-agenda items. I remind speakers that your comments must be addressed to me directly and not to any other council member, city staff, or the audience. City Clerk, did we receive any written public comment to be incorporated into the record tonight?
Yes, Mayor, we did. We received 22 written comments in support of item number 13. And we received one additional public comment in support of providing funding to LA CARA. And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion and a second to receive and file the written public comment.
So moved.
Second.
Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. City Clerk, how many speakers do we have for tonight?
We have a total of 16, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We will have, based on the number of speakers, each speaker will have 2 minutes to address the City Council. And I remind all speakers that you must remain seated until your number is called. Speaker number 1 may come up, please.
Lee Squire, Vietnam veteran, son, nephew, World War II, Mayor and City Council. Veterans Day and First Amendment freedoms. On Veterans Day, we honor all veterans, the dead and the living. And we gather when we honor, we exercise freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of peaceful assembly. For those in our audience tonight, we also recognize legislative meetings, freedom for the petition for the redress of grievances with our government. Over the last few years, parents who exercise freedom of speech are called domestic terrorists. And now is the hatred against the Jews. Downey police car in front of our Jewish temple is reminiscent of an attack upon our First Amendment freedom, which is freedom of religion. To attack anybody's First Amendment freedoms is to bring dishonor to those who defended it, and those who have served in our military and those who are living to present day from World War II to the present. We must stop hate against any and all group of people, and we must stop hate against our law enforcement officers. To do so is to bring dishonor to my generation, and I'm not going to have it. God bless Israel, God bless America, God bless my military and my veterans, and God bless local policing and your families across America. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Squire. Speaker number 2 may come up, please.
No American should be forced to fund Planned Parenthood or subsidize abortions with their hard-earned money. For the scepter of wickedness shall not rest on the land allotted to the righteous, lest the righteous reach out their hands to iniquity. Psalm 125, verse 3. Contact your elected officials in Sacramento and Washington, D.C., and make your wishes known concerning state and federal funding of abortion. Last year, Planned Parenthood raked in $670 million in taxpayer funding, money they used to kill hundreds of thousands of innocent unborn babies in the womb. It is immoral, unjust, and it has to stop. Abortion is the American Holocaust. We must not remain silent in the face of this great evil. All it takes for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. An unborn human is a person just as much as you or me. We all were once in the embryonic stage of development. On the internet, visit www.sbaprolife.org.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 3 may come up.
Hello, City Council. My name is Ronnie Fernandez. I'm the president of the 1020 Club, where we serve youth in Downey ages 10 to 20. I am also a licensed therapist that see kids in the district as well. I am also vice president of Gangs Out of Downey and also a Rotarian as well. I just want to thank Parks and Recs for recommending us for the grant that's going to be recommended today. We are a nonprofit that's growing, and I just want to thank you for the opportunity and also bringing awareness to the increase of isolation to our kids and providing any opportunities for them to engage in any activities, any programs that are available. I've worked with children, parents, families, and children for the past 20 years, and one thing I've seen post-pandemic is isolation. I ask children what they're doing after class, after school. A lot of times, I just hear sleep. And I just think it's really concerning post-pandemic. And so by us working together with other nonprofits, I just recommend any support for our kids, and also especially our arts kids, which tend to spend a lot of time in isolation as well. So recommend help supporting the arts and in our city as well. And just want to thank you for your time, and I just want to thank the 1020 consists of myself and my partner Julie for also opportunity for writing this grant as well. So thank you guys.
Thank you for that, Ronnie. Speaker number 4 may come up.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Michael Calvert, longtime Downey resident, and as a private citizen, I want to thank you and congratulate the genius who decided we needed more electrical charging stations in front of the library. As somebody who works in the complex, I would be forced to come here at about 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning to plug my car in because once they're used, people wouldn't unplug and leave. So with the additional stations, it's worked out very well, and now I can sleep till 6:15, 6:30. So I'm very excited about that. In my capacity as the executive director of the Downey Chamber, I want to say congratulations and thank you to Police Chief Murray. She's been amazing to work with, has supported our events, put up with my foolishness. So again, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I also want to thank Roger Bradley for approving our permit for the parade that we're having on Sunday. It would have been very embarrassing if it wasn't approved, and we'd have to tell the elephant not to show up. But thank you again for that. The one thing that I seriously want to talk about is that at the Chamber, we truly appreciate the support that we get from the city. They support our events, they attend our events, and I just wanted to make it very clear that though you will be charging us for services that you'll be providing, we're not asking for those services to be waived. We think it's a fair cost of the business that we do. It is a fundraiser for us. It represents about 33% of our budget, but you know, we're out in the community raising funds. So I just wanted to let you know. I know sometimes the audience here wants to know how you support our nonprofits, and you certainly support the Chamber. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you for that, Michael. Speaker number 5 may come up.
Good evening, Mayor and city officials.
Good evening.
Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo brought up an interesting question about whether or not, I'm probably not quoting it correctly, but I'll try. There was a question about the legality of the use of, I'm presuming, the Museum of Art building at Furman Park, if I'm correct in that. And I'd just like to plant a seed. Whatever solution that you decide to come up with, I hope you'll get with Gabe at Stay Gallery. If he does for you what he's done for the charitable organizations here in Downey, he'll save you money, and that's more for the #1 priority, which is public safety. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 6 may come up.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Mr. Bradley and staff, good evening. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge Police Chief Murray for her service to our community and wish her well on her new journey. Our other comments have to do with government involvement in our lives. In the past, we had an item called actions create consequences. For example, if I would go into a department store and steal something and got caught, there would be consequences due me. Today, if I go into a department store and steal under $950, if I get caught, I may go free automatically, or I may have my hand slapped and then go free. Another example is in the past, hard work was the main item which would move people up into a leadership role, or one of the main items. Today, government has added diversity, inclusion, and equity into the concept. It's made it a little bit more difficult. The next item has to do with our southern borders. I am all for legal immigration. There are laws on the books now which support legal immigration. And yet, the present federal government, for whatever reasons, has decided to allow a couple of million illegals into our country. That has created problems for schools, medical staff, and all the way up and down the line. It's a fiasco. Finally, I remember what President Ronald Reagan said about government. He said, "You'll have to learn it another time."
Mr. Lacy, thank you for that. Speaker number 7 may come up.
Good evening, Mayor Frometa, council members, and staff. My
Good
name is Gabriel Enamorado. I am the executive director and co-founder of Stay Gallery. I was raised in Downey and attended Price, Griffiths, and Warren. I'm an artist, entrepreneur, and lifelong advocate for the arts in Downey. First, I'd like to thank the City Council for agreeing to discuss our operating agreement tonight and for considering a grant award for Stay Arts for affordable art classes and workshops in the spring of 2024. Mayor, at the last council meeting, you made a comment suggesting that we should focus more on fundraising from those we serve to help secure our building. I want to clarify several points. Stay Gallery exists because the city initially identified and pursued the idea of a public art facility as part of the city's vision for its downtown revitalization plan. The city contracted our organization for our services in maintaining a public art facility and providing art-based programs. Compensation for our services has been provided in the form of lease payments from the Art and Public Places Fund. Requesting that the city continue retaining State Arts for its services is not an indicator of an inability to fundraise or be sustainable. In order to cover the additional costs that come from staffing, programming, and operating a public art facility, we diversify our revenues through grants, rentals, art and merchandise sales, contracted projects with local organizations, and year-round fundraising through donations, memberships, and events. Since returning as executive director in 2019, our operating budget has increased every year. Between 2020 and 2023, we secured over $113,000 in grant funding alone. We have been successful in securing grants because match funds or partnerships between arts organizations and public agencies are often a prerequisite for many grant opportunities on the local, county, state, and federal level. Stay Arts offers a community service of public art facility management while fulfilling its mission to provide residents with access to arts programming. We consider the partnership between the city and Stay Arts to be integral to the continued operation of Stay Gallery in our community. In reviewing the city's investment in Stay Gallery over the past 11 years, I urge the City Council to also consider the impact our space and programs have had on residents, the downtown, and the city as a whole.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 8 may come up. Hello.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor Frometa and council members. My name is Juliana Canty, and I serve as Programs Director for Stay Arts, a local arts-based nonprofit that operates Stay Gallery. I'll be addressing items 13 and 14 regarding Stay Arts and the CBO grant program. First, I would like to express my sincerest thanks to City Council for agreeing to discuss our organization's operating agreement tonight. During the last City Council meeting, over 30 community members shared personal stories and spoke in support of Stay Gallery. We have also received over 40 letters of support and 1,200 petition signatures. I would like to take the time to make a clarification regarding the CBO grant. Tonight, you will be considering grant awards for programs and events by local nonprofits. Our organization submitted an application for startup equipment, materials, and staffing for affordable art classes and workshops at the gallery in spring of 2024. However, if our operating agreement is not renewed, we would need to make the decision to close the gallery, and if this happens, we would also need to decline the CBO grant, as our application was based on these classes and workshops being hosted at the gallery. Over the past decade, our operating agreement with the city has been instrumental in advancing the goals of the Art in Public Places program, which include expanding access to public art and strengthening cultural awareness, creativity, and innovative thinking in the community. Utilizing a portion of the Art in Public Places funds for a public art facility is a strategic way for the city to enhance its impact through the arts. This allows the city to increase community engagement by providing a physical space that hosts interactive programs and encourages residents to gather, socialize, and connect. Rather than solely focusing on when the city will divest from Stay Arts, I invite City Council to consider our organization's community impact over the last decade and how Stay Gallery, as the only visual art facility and gallery in the city, has helped realize the goals of the Arts in Public Places program. We encourage you to base your decision from this standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 9 may come up.
Hello, Mayor.
Hello.
My name is Cindita Macias. I'm an after-school art teacher with State Gallery and the DFEO program. I didn't have anything pre-written, but I did print out all like 15 pages of the Art in Public Places Fund, the manual, sorry, and it clearly states that the City Council can approve funds from the fund to operate an art venue, and I think all of the performance standards that are listed here, the gallery has been doing for the last 10 years, and that happened with me when I was a Downey High School journalist, a photographer, and yearbook staff, and the gallery actually has just played a big role in giving me confidence as a teacher, an artist, and just overall person. Today, I actually came from Rio San Gabriel with the after-school program, and 2 of my 4th graders actually wrote letters, so I'm just gonna read them. Dear Mayor, my name is, I am in the 4th grade. I go to Rio San Gabriel Elementary School. Art is important to me because it helps me express my feelings. Please consider giving State Gallery money so we can have more art shows. With the space, we can learn more about art careers to make our own money and be responsible. I had another student put glue on hers, but she'll be happy to know that I did read this or try my best to. She says, give State Gallery more dinero so we can have more art shows. P.S. Think about it. But yeah, the kids are so eager to be responsible for themselves and provide for themselves. I had one student today say, I'm gonna use my Target gift card to get colored pencils so I can finish this artwork for the art show, which is next week. Just, listen to the kids, man. They're telling you what they want and need.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 10 may come up.
All right. It's just amazing if some organization has such an impact on a community or the neighborhood or people's lives. I don't know why people aren't lining up just to give them their money. That's not the case. State Gallery is asking for $24,000. But they say they have all this support. You got all these other AI-generated letters of support here. At least last week, the people came in here and were genuine when they give their little testimonial. But the thing is if you have 1,200 signatures, if every one of those signatures gave $100, you know how much money that would be? Do the math. Can we still do math? It's not racist, right? $120,000. That is an objective truth. 1,200 people give $100. That's $120,000. But yet everybody's looking for government to fund their hobbies. Art is great. I love Gauguin, Cezanne, Jackson Pollock, Edgar Degas. I love all those things. Salvador Dali, especially when I was younger, we liked Salvador Dali a lot. After a fun time of Saturday night, we would look at some of those paintings. But you can't look for government to take care of everything. Not just skipping a few frappies at Starbucks. But $100 from 1,200 people, that's $120,000. And you look to government, I think the gentleman asked the most feared, terrorizing words in the English language. I'm here from the government and I'm here to help you. That's what he meant to say, Ronald Reagan said. So thank you.
Thank you for that, BC. Speaker number 11 may come up.
Thank you. First off, I'd like to extend a thank you to the City Council for discussing the stay proposal and for the decade-long commitment to stay. I wanted to briefly talk about our fundraising. We're always looking for donors and subscribers that help support our mission to bring arts programming to the city. However, the reality that is for us and for many other organizations in this city, specifically arts organizations, is that art in many ways can take a back seat and can become a second priority for a lot of people, especially the donor class. This in no way reflects on its importance to a balanced community, but many of the other legacy arts institutions that have come and gone in the city have been recipients of some type of community support, whether it be usage of a space or by direct monetary support. The DMOA was brought up, and we know that they had a building to use in Furman Park, but even in the 80s, they received monetary support from the city for the services they provided. What is at stake here is a public art space in our downtown, an important space that has proven its worth over the past 11 years. While the staff report you will be hearing is fairly comprehensive, it only starts to touch on the secondary effects that stay has had in its relatively short history here. It's been actually an aggregator for a lot of creative talent, and in many ways has helped the city in a lot of their branding and advertising initiatives. I myself worked on the branding videos for far less than what I would charge a lot of my other clients, and it's because of organizations like STAY that have brought people together, and have brought people in creative industries to volunteer to help and to be part of this community. Creative industries are not, it's not a big industry here, you know, but we need this to kind of start something, to have an incubator for that. So I urge you to support the arts. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Speaker number 12 may come up.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Armando Urina, and I was here a couple of months ago. So tonight, it's just a follow-up, but it's on the same issue. My issue is the speed limit on South Brookshire. Still nothing has changed. The only thing that happened within the last 2 months since I was here, it was a young lady that called me and said that she was gonna make a work order. And she was gonna send me a copy through my email, but that never happened. I never received it. And I didn't know what she meant by a work order, but whatever it was, the speed limit is still an issue. Cars still go 60 miles an hour. The speed limit is posted at 40. I can see 40 on Imperial Highway, on Firestone, because those are the main arteries. But Brookshire is not a main artery. I mean, even Student Gray is wider than Brookshire, and Student Gray is 35. So what I'm asking you is to reduce the speed to 35, post a 35-mile limit, and to see if you can put those digital signs that tells a driver that he's going over the speed limit. I would really appreciate that. If we can save some lives, if we can prevent some preventable accidents, I think God will probably thank us for that, you know? So that's all I wanted to say, that there's been no progress since 2 months ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arena.
Thanks, Mayor. We'll ask the Public Works Director to follow up on that. There are limitations and processes that have to be followed to set speed limits, but I'll let Public Works explain that.
Thank you. And just to reiterate, during my public comment this evening, during my comments this evening, rather, I did ask our police department, particularly speed enforcement for South Brookshire, from Stewart and Gray to Imperial, and also Downey Avenue. I know that those continue to be hot zones. So I did want to make sure you knew that those were part of my comments earlier this evening. Speaker number 12 may come up.
That was 12.
Oh, thank you. Speaker number 13 may come up.
Good evening, Mayor,
Good
Fermetta,
evening.
council members, staff, first responders, fellow neighbors. My name is Patrick Labib. I was raised here in Downey. I moved here in 1998 by an immigrant family, public serving family. I was raised in a traditional conservative yet diverse and inclusive household. I attended Williams, Old River, Griffiths, Warren. During my time at Warren, I received the Masonic Student of the Year Award and served as student body president. I'm a Long Beach State alumni with a construction engineering degree and have been part of over $1 billion in construction and development over the last 12 years. In my tenure as a builder developer, I've been personally subject to the 1% fee on commercial development. As a developer, I'd be much happier knowing the 1% fee is getting spent on our kids, our families. And as a patron of the city of Downey, I've had cousins, family members, friends that relied on Stay Gallery significantly, and I'm here to express my deep and sincere support for the renewal of the operating agreement between State Art Gallery and the City of Downey, and continued funding of the State Gallery as public art facility from City Arts and Public Place Fund. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Speaker number 14 may come up. No 14? Oh, yes, Bob.
Mayor Fomenta,
Good evening, Bob.
City Council, Bob Thompson from the Downey Historical Society. First of all, I'd like to say, hail to the chief. All right. All right. And second, I'm here for support of the State Gallery. I always have been, and I really do think it's a blessing to the city. So thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Speaker number 15 may come up.
Good evening, everyone. My
Hello.
name is Juan Martinez. I am the delegate for the Democratic Party. I represent 8 cities, including the city of Downey. First off, I want to start off last week when you almost attempted to violate the Brown Act by not letting speakers finish. That would have been a written violation, and I would have submitted a paperwork to have legal repercussions for that. I want to congratulate the police chief. It's not often that you get a reward from the senator who's been investigated for sexual harassment against one of our former candidates here in the city of Downey, Frinet. Also a water privatizer like Blanca Pacheco, who tried to take everyone's votes away here in the city of Downey and other cities. Moving on, I want to talk about the frivolous lawsuit that you are currently engaged in, or actually frivolous restraining order against Speaker Armando Herman. I want to clarify that in your statement you stated that any rational person would deem his actions as violent. I've been attending here for nearly more than 4 years, and I've never seen him become belligerent or violent. You said that he made credible threats. No statement is presented in any of your restraining order as what is a credible threat. I'm disappointed in Sosa, mainly because out of everyone, you seem to be the most moral individual, and this will affect someone's personal life. This can go on a person's legal record, and I get Trujillo participating in this, but I just didn't see that from you, sir. I do want to say that this is going to be fought and challenged. You will be called to the stand and questioned, and you will be cross-examined. There will be people who will come and testify about your character and your illegal actions in the past, your intimidation tactics, including your character, as your son has made homophobic statements and your husband has threatened people in the parking lot.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 16 may come up.
Good evening, Madam
Hello.
Mayor,
Good
council
evening.
members, staff. Ernesto Valle here. A couple things. Number one, I'm going to just continue this until hopefully we get a little bit of change. One of the things is 2 minutes is just not enough. I think that, again, the council works for the citizens of Downey, and we need at least 3 minutes. Last week we had an hour. Now we're getting public comments to only 30 minutes. I think we need more time. Second is last week, my friend Chacon, and I love him, we spent 45 minutes on talking about dog parks and organic gardens. 45 minutes of dog parks and organic gardens presentation. It was lovely. Officers. We need officers. I'm sorry, we need officers. I think I saw that we are buying 2 BMW motorbikes or whatever for the police force, but yet we have no one to ride them. Along with Mr. Armando, we have a speed problem. So if giving you an address works, let me give you all of Guatemala down to Suva all the way down to Treaty Lane and around that area. But we need speed bumps. We need speed bumps, or we need cameras with radars, and we need to increase the fines. We need to make people pay and make it feel in their wallet. I don't want to hear no more. I don't want to see no more on Positively Downey or Downey Crime Watch. I'm so sorry. I wish we could have prevented. I feel my condolences for the family. We need to take action. We take action now. With regards to our police office, I believe we have a $33 million surplus as a city. We could take $3 million from that and hire 15 police officers. Why 15? I think we're down 10. 3 are going to retire, so we need 12 to 15 officers. We put the $30 million in the bank. We make $1.5 million tax-free money in interest-free money, and we pay for increasing the pensions. We love the idea of the $25,000 to recruit people to come over, but they're not coming over because we need to be more balanced with the pay and our pensions. So again, I'm going to continue pressing it because I think that's a bigger issue than having dog parks and organic gardens in City of Downey. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernie. Are there any additional speakers tonight? Seeing none, I will make a motion to close public comment. Can I get a second?
Second.
Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Now is the time for consent calendar items. Are there any council members that would like to remove or abstain from an item?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I need to abstain from item number 13, 14, and 15 because of conflicts presented by my ownership of property within certain location of subject properties in these items.
Thank you, MPT. I know those are under administrative reports. We are looking at consent calendar items.
I'm sorry.
Anybody?
You're right.
Anybody else? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented?
I make a motion.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Sosa, seconded by,
Mr. Horn.
okay, please vote.
The consent calendar is approved unanimously.
Okay, thank you. There are 3 administrative reports on the agenda this evening. The first in MPT, I know that that is the abstentions you were referring to. We have item number 13, the discussion regarding Stay Arts, that the City Council discuss Stay Arts programs, operations, and finances, including city funding of the organization, and provide any desired feedback and direction to city staff regarding this item. City Manager Bradley, who has the staff report for this?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll ask our Assistant City Manager to provide the report.
Thank you. Saying that Mayor Pro Tem is recusing himself for the next 3 administrative reports and saying that these are the last items on the agenda. He is done for the night. So we wish him a good night and a safe rest of the week. And we have our Assistant City Manager, Vania, who will be going over the report regarding item number 13.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. As mentioned tonight, I will be providing information regarding Stay Arts and the city's financial contribution to Stay Arts. The information gathered here today was derived from various staff reports, agreements, video recordings, and minutes. The presentation will cover 4 major areas: operating agreements, city partnerships, branding services, and then the CBO program. To begin with the operating agreements, there has been 3 operating agreements between the city and Stay Arts. A timeline of the 3 operating agreements are listed on this slide for you to see. The first operating agreement that was initiated between the city and Stay Arts was done in 2012. Specifically, in March of 2012, the city amended the city's art in public places guidelines to expand ability of the art to the general public. The amendment allowed for the use of city's art in public places fund to pay for art venues within the boundaries of downtown specific plan area. Art venues that are subsidized by these funds must display physical art, such as paintings, sculptures, and alike, and a minimum of the 90% of the art displayed must be from Downey-based arts. Later in that year, May of 2012, the council approved a 5-year operating agreement with Downey Art Vibe. This is now known as Stay Arts, but for the remaining of the report, we'll call it Downey Art Vibe until it later changes. Downey Art Vibe was contracted to manage and run an art gallery in the downtown area. As part of the operating agreement, it included required services, programming at the gallery, and stated that the city would pay for the first 2 years of the lease payments, $2,000 a month, and that the remaining 3 years were the responsibility of Downey Art Vibe. The city contributed $50,000 from July 12 to May 2014. In May 2013, a 6-month update was provided to the City Council by Downey Art Vibe regarding its programming, facility usage, fundraising efforts, and business plan. In July 2014, the Downey Art Vibe submitted a proposal requesting funding for the remaining 3 years of the contract. In August 2014, the City Council discussed authorizing an amendment to the operating agreement for an additional funding of up to $75,000 for the lease payments for the remaining 3 years of that contract. The City Council shared its appreciation for the Downey Art Vibe and its programming at the State Gallery, and expressed that they would like to see State Gallery be self-sufficient and self-sustainable, and to provide a business plan. The Downey Art Vibe shared that its plans in place were to further reduce city funding in the future. The City Council approved the agreement in October 2014, and the city contributed an additional $69,625 from August 2014 to June 2017. Now going into the operating agreements number 2 and 3, and then later on to the COVID-19 assistance. In February 2017, the city received a funding request from Downey Art Vibe. The council discussed the matter and expressed the desire for the Downey Art Vibe and State Gallery to become self-reliant and to increase its revenue streams from other sources. Representatives for Downey Art Vibe stated difficulty with becoming self-reliant and shared that the funding would not be used for salaries at the gallery, and that it's run by volunteers. The Downey Art Vibe showed that it had a 5-year plan to become less reliant on the city. As a result of this meeting, the City Council created a State Gallery Ad Hoc Committee and to discuss financial solutions for the Downey Art Vibe and the State Gallery. The subcommittee also reviewed quarterly reports and other information. As a result of this communication, in May of 2017, the city entered into its second operating agreement with Downey Art Vibe, with the understanding that the Downey Art Vibe would be self-reliant after the 5-year agreement. The operating agreement included required services, programming at the gallery. It also included additional requirements under the operating agreement. So this included quarterly reporting, biannual financial statements, and the services were expanded to include galleries' use as community space by civic, charitable, and community groups for special events. It also outlined the ability for the Downey Arts Coalition to use a space as a strategic partner. The city paid $2,750 per month in the lease payments with the 3-year annual increases, and also included a $2,625 for prorated rent for the rent of June 2017. Additionally, the city committed to providing $4,000 per month per quarter over the 3 years towards program expenses. The city's total contribution was $150,000, $168, from June 2017 to May 2020. In May 2019, the city received a presentation about Downey Art Vibe. The presentation discussed changes in leadership and new programming and events at State Gallery. The City Council shared their appreciation for the arts and the contributions of the Downey Art Vibe and the work being done at State Gallery. The City Council shared the importance of having a plan of how Downey Art Vibe was going to engage with the community and promote programs and services. Additionally, the City Council suggested the Downey Art Vibe work with other nonprofits, and the Downey Art Vibe board shared possible ideas and discussed developing a fundraising campaign utilizing community leaders as to not be as reliant on the city. Both the city and the Downey Art Vibe discussed sharing State Gallery programs and events on the city's social media platforms and potentially including a link on the city's webpage. In July 2020, the city entered into its third operating agreement with Downey Art Vibe. The agreement and the prescribed services to be performed by Downey Art Vibe at State Gallery, as well as required reporting requirements, can be seen in attachment A of your report. The city paid $3,000 per month in lease payments with a 3% annual increase. The city contributed to $77,918 from August 2020 to May 2023. And then leading into the COVID-19 assistance on March 8, 2022, the City Council State Gallery Ad Hoc Committee met with representatives from Downey Art Vibe regarding its current activities, funding challenges due to the COVID-19 restrictions placed from the state, local, and federal levels, and a request for additional funding to operate State Gallery for the period of April 2022 through July 31st, 2022. Also, due to the growing regional impact of the Downey Art Vibe, it changed its corporation name to State Arts. The city's operating agreement with Downey Art Vibe required that any transfer or assignment of the agreement to different listed entities required the city's approval, and so then staff recommended the change in assignment. At the March 22, 2020 City Council meeting, the City Council approved the provision of additional funding for the remaining lease payments, as well as operating expenses with a total amount of $28,128. So thus far, from May 2012 to May 2023, the city has contributed a total of $375,838 to Downey Art Vibe, or now known as State Arts. I will also note that during the formation of the State Gallery, from approximately June 2012 to December 2013, State Arts embarked, or Downey Art Vibe at the time, embarked on a capital campaign to transition this space from a former drapery shop into a multi-use creative space. As part of that, the city waived all city fees in relation to that. So it's approximately about $7,000 that we waived. Now, leading into city partnerships, the city has engaged with State Arts to participate in city events and also publicize programming at State Gallery on its social media platforms, and has also included a link on the city's website. More recently, the city has had State Arts attend its Beyond the Book Festival and also participated in the city's Dia de los Muertos event, where they were contracted to perform a watercolor workshop to be held during the event. I would also note, just as a relation to another example of collaboration with State Arts, the city did engage in an active transportation plan during 2019. So at State Gallery, we were allowed to utilize the space for community outreach, and there was an interactive exhibit where we facilitated to get community engagement regarding that active transportation plan. Leading into branding services, in addition to city partnerships with Downey Art Vibe, or State Arts, in February 2014, the city entered into a professional services agreement for the amount of $57,200 with Downey Art Vibe to provide branding and strategic marketing as part of phase 1 of the city's branding initiative. Phase 1 included multiple things, but some of the highlights is City of Downey and Discover Downey Brown Identity, City of Downey and Discover Downey Branding Style Guide, logo type development, Discover Downey videos. In January 2015, the city approved an amendment to the agreement in the amount of $30,000 to move forward with the phase 2 of the city's branding initiative. Phase 2 included creation of a Discover Downey video highlighting retail, commercial, and city attractions. Various on-call services were contracted, such as strategic marketing for Discover Downey events, downtown Downey branding, and assistance to the design of the city's website template to match the new brand that was created. The amendment also included the assignment and assumptions of the PSA to the Crawford Group, a California Limited Corporation, running by and created to compete for for-profit work for Downey Art Vibe. Due to Downey Art Vibe's nonprofit status, it had legal limits on the revenues it can receive. So the total amount provided to State Arts and / Crawford Group for this project was approximately $87,000 to $200,000. Lastly, in regards to the CBO program, as part of the fiscal year 2023-24 adopted budget, the City Council developed a CBO program where Downey nonprofits, including State Arts, can apply. This program was developed to create a fair and equitable process for nonprofits in the city to receive funding from the City of Downey. State Arts was encouraged to apply to this program. State Arts submitted the following programs, which will be discussed as part of the next agenda item. The item that was submitted was art classes and workshops from March 4 to May 31st of 2024, approximately 13 weeks, and it's for an amount of $24,000. This concludes staff's report. Staff is available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Vanya. I do have a question. Just going back to the request for periodic financial statements. What was the request there?
So as part of the operating agreement, the State Arts or Downey Art Vibe had to provide quarterly reports that had outlined different things and components in that. So fees collected, sign-in sheets, listing of the different events, and then separate to that, a biannual financial statement had to also be included as well.
And have those financial statements been received on a consistent basis?
They have been received by the city. They at times have come after the fact, but they have all now been received.
Thank you. Well, I do have several questions for Gabe and Amarato, but unless my colleagues have any questions.
I don't have any questions at this time, but I do want to, for the record, make sure that our audience, our current members here and those watching on YouTube understand that when we have an administrative report, this is not a public hearing. And so if we have questions for the purposes of helping us understand and arrive to a conclusion, we may call on the subject matter experts or those individuals that are on the agenda on this item. So please make sure that if you are called, you don't give us the narrative, that you simply, we don't want this to turn into another public comment period. We want to make sure that you give us the information that we are asking you to provide. I do have a couple of questions, but I'll let you go ahead and start.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Gabe. Thanks for
Hi,
joining
Akron.
us and making yourself available to
Of course.
answer questions. I have a few questions for you, and again, thank you, Vanya, for that detailed report. Can you share with us who makes up the executive team and your current board right now?
On our board, it would be Chairman George Manzanilla, Barney Santos, Luz Luncor, and Emily, is it Lopez? Martinez, thank you, and Valentin Flores, the 5 board members.
And who comprises of your executive team?
For staff?
Yes.
That would be me and Juliana. I'm the executive director, and Juliana is our programs director.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Do any of your board members have the responsibility of focusing on fundraising?
You know, I would say that we've definitely reformed the organization since I came back in 2019. I've taken on, Julianne and I have taken on most of the heavy lifting for the organization and really reforming everything that we do, from our fundraising to, basically everything, programs and fundraising.
Thank you. So with the recent funding agreement ending in May, can you please share with us your fundraising efforts this year?
Yeah, we definitely wanted to avoid the end of the agreement, meaning we had tried to discuss with City Council beginning in 2021, submitting several proposals to try to, bring the discussion of how we can continue the relationship after May 2021. And you all received all the different proposals that we submitted, and we thought that we were going to have to close come June. Thankfully, with the help of some donations and a grant that we received from LA County for $22,000, we were able to pay the lease of the building through where we are now. However, that grant was specifically for programs at the gallery, and we had to reallocate it to paying the lease. If you look at our financial statements, I mean, we are, like I said in my public comment, our operating budget has been growing every year. However, our net at the end of the year, I mean, we're right on par with between $1,000 to $10,000 at the end of the year. Having to take on suddenly and unexpectedly the cost of this lease, we just, as a business, we cannot support it, and we would have to let go of the building. Hence the situation that we're in. So it's honestly, it's kind of a miracle that we still have the building today.
So just trying to, we put this on the agenda to be able to have a chance to have hear more about the history and the funding and the need, and be able to potentially ask questions. So again, thank you. We spent a lot of time looking at the financials and the different proposals that you submitted. In reviewing some of the quarterly reports and attempting to match them up against the biannual reports that were provided for this year, we found several discrepancies. Now I have to ask you, who in your organization is responsible for financial reporting?
I manage it, so if there is any discrepancies, please let me know and we can clear that up.
And I have to ask.
Please, go ahead.
I have to ask, don't take this personal, but what are your credentials with respect to financial reporting?
I have none. I am an entrepreneur. I have ran my own business, and currently, we switched our accounting to a new platform. I work with the accountant directly, so.
Thank you for that answer. And has the board or the organization seeked out or attempted to bring on someone to join the board with financial experience and or fundraising experience?
That is something we're working on, yes.
Okay, thank you. And on that topic, what's your current process for checks and balances? As every organization or nonprofit should have, what is your process for checks and balances?
Well, I mean, most of the funding that comes in is, we're kind of like on a just trying to keep the organization afloat. That's kind of where we're at. We have our partnerships with DFEO running our after-school program. Most of that funding goes straight to our staff to pay for all of our staff.
So when you say all of your staff,
Yeah.
how many staff do you have, Gabe?
We have, including Julianne and I, we have 10 employees. So we have 8 part-time after-school employees through the DFEO program.
Okay.
And then Julianne and I are the only employees.
That is payroll that comes out of Stay
Stay
Gallery?
Arts.
Okay. In the report, somehow I must have missed it. It indicated it was run by volunteers.
Yeah, anything that was said prior to my return is very different. I came back in 2019 as executive director and essentially picked up a shell and we've been working on recreating this organization, and the fact that our operating budget is at over $250,000 is honestly a miracle. You can look at all of the 990s from the past, and it fluctuates between 60,000, some years 40,000. So, yeah.
I just have a couple more questions. Yeah. I just want to get into some numbers, specific numbers. Is really trying to understand what's really needed to stay going.
Right.
When we last met in July, in looking at your biannual report, it shows that your anticipated revenues for the next year are from DFEO alone are $278,000.
About, yeah.
When we last met in July, you proposed and asked the city to commit to a three-year commitment of funding of programming costs for the total of $383,000, which is just a bit more than what you've received over the past 11 years. Now, within that is $124,000 over the current year, which is 5 times what you received last year in the operating agreement. Also, and again, we spent a lot of time in this. We're breaking down the numbers. We're trying to understand what's really needed here. Also, within that proposal, you asked for compensation commitment for yourself and your program director, Juliana, at a rate of $120 and $100 respectively. Now, that's $220 combined. And again, we're trying to get an understanding of what's necessary to stay going. Is that hourly wage combined of $220 between the two of you, is that necessary to save the gallery?
So, we're trying to build an organization that is growing. You can look at what the city has invested since the beginning, and we have to, the community should know that most of that money has gone directly towards the lease of the building. For the most part of the history of the organization, it hasn't had an employee. It definitely takes a lot more to get this organization and these programs to the level of being able to provide livable wages for staff, being able to hire teaching artists, people
At $120 an hour, Gabe?
That's an administrative rate. It's purely, that's what I charge through my private business for my work as a designer and photographer. The rate that we put in there is simply what we charge for our hourly rate for our services and what we do. And there are hours attached to that for each program that we offered. So, if you don't believe that my work is worth $120 an hour, that's totally fine. That's the proposals that we submitted were to be discussed and to be negotiated. We proposed everything that we could do within that space. That was exhibitions, ongoing classes throughout the year.
Okay, but with all due respect, whether we believe that your time is worth that or not is irrelevant. We see numbers and we're asking questions about numbers because we're trying to come to an understanding of what it takes to, what it's going to take to stay going. So, these are questions that we need detail on. So, last question on that. So the $120 and the $100 an hour respectively, are those standard rates for those positions in the space you're in?
I would say so, yeah. I mean, the cost of living is pretty high. Absolutely. I charge, just on my own, through my private practice, I charge $240 an hour to take photographs. For my design work and web design work, I charge $120 an hour for my work, yes.
No, and I don't think we we're not questioning your worth or your value. I just want to make that very clear.
Yeah.
I think that what we're here to discuss is to really break down the numbers, because at the end of the day, what we are deciding is not our money. This is the people's money.
Correct.
And I think there seems to be, there has been a misconception that the Art and Public Places Fund belongs to State Gallery.
That's not
I think that has been said or somehow murmured, and we want to continue to have a partnership. We want to be able to understand what is going to take to continue State Gallery and to keep it open. Keeping in mind, with Councilmember Sosa's question and really delving into the numbers, there is no question that this city has been committed to the arts. There's no question of that.
Right.
Clearly, almost $400,000, $375,000 over the last 10 years. And yes, we can take a look at pandemic. You know, that was something that nobody operated, right? Small businesses struggled, a lot of things shut down. And I think that we want to be able to understand what it is that is going to take to be able to provide our community, our students, something that is important. We want to continue to be supportive of the arts, but we also need to take a look at the numbers.
Absolutely.
As we've indicated, there are a number of organizations in the community, from Kiwanis clubs to Rotary to the Downey Police and Fire Foundation to Gangs Out of Downey. In fact, DFEO, I don't know if you knew that, but I was one of the members that started DFEO many years ago. And when we started that, we had absolutely no money. And we started that with the intention precisely to make sure that every student in the community had access to sports, music, and the arts.
Correct.
And we had in 2017, in August of 2017, we sat down and we drafted the board of directors, which at the time I was a part of, a strategic plan to make sure that DFEO would be self-sustained. And again, it took a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to make sure we knocked on a lot of doors and we fundraised to make sure that DFEO became successful. Yes, they partner with our school district, but I think the point here we're trying to make is we are not negating and we are not recognizing your value or Juliana's value, but we want to make sure that the decisions that we make, this is the people's money.
That's one thing, Mayor, that I do want to clarify, because the Art and Public Places Fund specifically comes from commercial development, not taxpayer money.
But at the end of the day, it is the people's money. Whether it comes from this pot or that pot, at the end of the day, it's the people's money. And so, that fund is to be utilized to fund art in public places that, in a myriad of ways. One way is State Gallery, and another way, many other things that, as a council, we also have a vision for. And so I just really want to make sure the community and you understand that this fund has not belonged and does not belong to State Gallery. I just want to make sure that, again,
I don't believe anyone has said that.
Supported you. When I say you, we've supported State Gallery, and we will continue to do so. But we do need to ask the hard questions, and
Please
we
ask
need to
them.
be open about it.
Absolutely. And, I do just want to clarify, nobody on, from State has ever believed that the fund for, the Art and Public Places Fund is specifically for State. We just simply look at the ordinance, and it does state that that funding could be applied towards art venues in the downtown. It's very specific, and that amendment was made because of State Gallery.
Yes. No, I get it, and I thank you for that. In
Yeah.
2017, the operating agreement number 2, as it was shared on the report,
Yeah.
we were told that the 5-year plan was to become less reliant on the city.
Yeah. And on that, I do want to clarify, I was not in a leadership role at that time, nor was I actually involved with the organization at that time. I left Stay in 2016, and I came back as executive director in 2019. So anything that was said prior to 2019 has nothing to do with our position today. And truthfully, we believe that when it comes to Stay and having a public art facility for our residents, we believe that the ongoing partnership between the city and Stay is crucial to having that space exist. Councilmember Sosa, you were referring to a proposal that we had submitted, I believe in 2022. However, we've updated that proposal to not include programming per se, total programming. The new proposal that we have is specifically to cover the lease of the building and partial operating costs. And that's very, very, very partial.
No, that was actually from one of the proposals you submitted earlier this year.
Correct. That one is no longer the one that we're using. It's the one that we sent to you, I believe, right before Thanksgiving.
Okay. The one you sent to us before Thanksgiving. So what we're trying to get at is what is the number that's going to save the gallery, that's going to keep you guys going? Because prior to then, there was a call to action by you to the public to come and support you, and a lot of speakers showed passion, and I love seeing that civic engagement by especially our younger residents.
Yeah.
But you have to understand that proposal, including those hourly wages and the programming costs, that's what we've been going by all year. So I'll just tell you that had you come to us earlier with just a request to help with the rent, this conversation may have been over a long time ago.
We've been trying to reach out to, and you all know, all the council members, that we've been trying to reach out to have discussions. Roger, we've met with you to try to have discussions, and really those conversations have gone nowhere, and not even kind of an entertainment of how we can negotiate and bring something that makes sense. The final proposal that we did submit was, there's 3 options within that. One of them, the first one, is lease only for 3 years. The second proposal is lease with some operating, and the third is lease, some operating, and 1 annual exhibition for Downey artists. So that's, that is what we're proposing now. Ultimately, we do see ourselves as a service provider to the city. We're not trying to twist the city's arm into funding our proposal. It's ultimately just, an agreement. And our goal was to get it to this point to where we're at least having a discussion about it publicly.
Does anybody, and Councilmember, perhaps you already asked the question, does anybody have 501(c)(3) experience in your board of directors?
Besides the founder and I mean, we founded this organization. I was 22 years old when we founded it. And to be honest, I mean, I don't come from, a strong background in education. I grew up in Downey with a single mother. I am
So
kind
no
of the experience
in
of Stay.
running a 501(c) nonprofit. Is that what you're telling me?
Say that one more time.
So there's no experience in running a nonprofit, 501(c)(3).
From our board members, the only one I could say that probably does is Barney Santos.
Okay.
Yeah.
And anybody with experience in fundraising?
I couldn't say with confidence that no, there's no one that has professional fundraising experience. Okay. We're a pretty grassroots organization. We didn't even form into a nonprofit until I believe 2013, about a year after we were approached by the city to pursue this project. And that's another thing about this, is that when we were operating in the city as just a group of kids having art exhibitions throughout the city staff approached us and asked us to, hey, what would you guys do if we offered you a space? So to say that we were trying to pursue opening a space is not.
Well, no, because
is
I
not
think
where we were at.
I think we love the passion and we love what has occurred over the last decade. But I think that in order for this to be successful and to be self-sufficient long-term is going to require people that know,
Absolutely.
not just have, you know, the art component, which is really important, but somebody that has the business acumen to know how to run a nonprofit and know how to do the fundraising part of it.
Correct.
That is truly what is missing. And I think we can spin our wheels here and we can talk about, you know, keeping it open for another couple of years. But I think what we need to see is getting individuals on your board that are able to take this space to the next level.
Agreed.
In that arena.
Agreed.
Because a city doesn't have, you know, a city is busy running the city and operating the city. But for a nonprofit of this sort to be successful, you need individuals that have that
100% agree.
that skill set.
And Mayor, I do want to add to that even if this organization does get to the point of, you know, growing beyond where we are now, we would probably still seek a partnership with the city. You know, in my experience applying for grants now for the past 5 years, many grants do require some form of partnership with a public agency and a nonprofit to even be able to qualify for those grants, which is how we've been able to secure over $113,000 in grants from 2020 to 2023, was because we had that partnership, the match funding from the city. We were able to qualify for state grants, for many county grants, all because we had that stamp from the city. So it is, you know, it's beyond just asking for, you know, for you guys to continue this partnership. It's really about that stamp of approval to allow us to continue growing.
Thank you, Gabe. I just want to make one comment with respect to fundraising. You know, I come from a couple of, a few different nonprofit organizations here in the city of Downey. And Downey is a very special collaborative community where a lot of the nonprofits just kind of help each other at a time of need, when there's at certain times of the year. So I will tell you and I've raised a lot of money for Gangs Out of Downey, for Kiwanis, the Morning Kiwanis group, which I'm current president of, West Downey Little League as well. I helped West Downey Little League tremendously when there was one season where we lost our fields and the winter ball season was on the line. So I had to go and talk to a bunch of different service organizations and raise a few bucks to keep the season going. And from there, I ended up joining the Morning Kiwanis group, even though Rotary made a big push for me to join them. Sorry, I just had to throw that out there. I just got to say that State Gallery, people love State Gallery. You guys have an advantage as a brick and mortar in a prime space in Downey. You have an advantage over other nonprofits. And believe me, I've been on the phone dialing for dollars. I've raised a lot of money. I've seen other people in this room, other people who were here at the last council meeting speaking on State's behalf. They've raised a lot of money for their organizations. And I'm telling you, you have a gold mine there. You have all these petitioners. Not all of them, can spend a few bucks and send it your way, but
Right.
Some of them will. Some of them will be able to. And again, I think you have a major advantage there. You have something going there.
You know, I appreciate all the feedback, but you know, I do just want to clarify that we do fundraise all year, through every event, through every touch point with our residents and people who come to the gallery. There's always some form of fundraising occurring. Whether you're RSVPing for one of our events, we request donations. Whether you're coming to the gallery and purchasing, anything, we request donations at the register.
So Gabe,
online.
let me ask you,
Mhm.
what has been your fundraising year to date?
Year to date, I mean, from this year, I can't say too much. I'd say between 5,000 and 10,000. It's really difficult not only to fundraise here in Downey, where the arts is really, it's kind of a little bit behind here. I think the support for the arts. I think we're in a community that is a majority Latino community. That our parents. That's the last thing they want us to do is to pursue the arts. So it is kind of an uphill battle to try to create that, families to value it to the degree that they're donating that much.
And last year, was there any year-over-year change? What was the fundraising last year?
It's definitely taken a dip, and that's actually across the board. All nonprofits are experiencing a major
But
loss.
for Stay particularly, what was it last year?
What was what last
the
year?
fundraising last year?
What was the amount that we fundraised from people? About, I'd say somewhere between the $5,000 to $10,000 mark. I can't tell you off the top
So
of
it's
my
the
head.
same last year
Yeah,
to this year?
we depend more on grants than we do from fundraising.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't disagree with you that we can definitely do a lot better. I mean, that's always going to be the case. And even if we did fundraise enough to pay the lease, we would probably still seek a partnership with the city.
I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any
Thank you,
questions?
Well, I will throw in my 2 cents now. I've listened to everybody debate this, and in my mind, there's a great need. So the big question that we have is fiscal management. That's the big question that we're dealing with. The other opinions that I've heard is applying too late for money and not applying early enough. So my concern is getting a coalition of people that have the experience, reporting to the city council as to the fiscal condition and whether or not it meets our criteria for funding. That's my big debate right now. I'm hearing that fiscal management is the big issue, and lack of, or not coming to the city early enough, or miscommunication, or failed communication somewhere around July.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Horn. I'm prepared to make a recommendation, colleagues. And my recommendation, based on everything we've discussed, is the following. I'm prepared to recommend for this city to offer to pay for the lease for the State Gallery for the next 2 years, given that State Gallery fundraises for operating costs and everything else that it needs. I think that is where our partnership will be at this point in time.
Mayor, can I ask a question regarding that? With that condition, does that mean that in the instance that we succeed in fundraising to your criteria, does that mean that the city would then want to divest from funding in our program?
You know, that is not right now. That is not a question that I'm going to be able to answer at this point in time. The question is, in the ask is, we want to make sure the building stays open, and
Correct.
the lease is the biggest concern. We want you to be focused on grants and fundraising efforts to ensure that the programming continues. You did mention that there's 2 arms, your nonprofit and your for-profit, based on some of the programs you have.
That corporation that was mentioned is no longer in existence. That was with the other people that before I left Stay, there was 3 partners, and we had started a for-profit design studio that's how the city has its logo. I had the pleasure of designing that, and also for Downey Unified and Downey Patriot, I designed all of those logos and brands, and we did that through that agency, which is no longer in existence. I personally do have my own private practice, but it has nothing to do with Stay.
Okay. Councilmember Sosa?
I also, Mayor, would urge you, if I could send you our proposal that we had just submitted.
Thank you for that. Do you have any other comments?
What would the total cost be over 2 years?
It would be roughly over 80.
It's at about 38,000 annually,
There's
roughly.
a specific number. It's in that proposal that I had just submitted to Hector.
I think it's in
Downey,
the
do you
report,
have
correct?
that?
Yeah.
For the first year of 2024, annual lease would be $39,372, and then the following year for 2025 would be $40,548 for lease.
Just so from a staff perspective, if that gets passed, you'd like us to bring back an agreement funding the next 2 years of the rent based upon the amounts that are in this report.
Well, I think one year sounds more about right with conditions for that second year to continue on that second year with respect to financial reporting and a strategic plan, a strategic business plan, and fundraising.
And Councilman Sosa, what would be on the city's end? What would you say is the goal of, say, again, that we succeed in that effort in fundraising to a degree that the city is content with? What would that mean exactly?
We're no longer having this.
Yeah.
Can you please?
Just for clarification, the subject of tonight's discussion is to get feedback and provide staff direction with something to come back with. So I would just remind everyone that that's what the council is discussing right now, to provide direction to staff. There is no item of an action nature on the agenda tonight for approval of any funds, but rather consideration of the item in general and any intended direction to staff to come back with an item, I believe, as our city manager alluded to.
So at this point, we're not going to have the back and forth. That is not.
That's correct.
So thank you, Gabe. I think all questions have been answered. Thank you.
So now, would this be placed on the next council agenda where staff would come back with options, maybe?
Direction. We are agreeing to either fund them for the 1 year with conditions or the 2 years with conditions. Thank you. 1 year with conditions or 2 years with conditions, that they provide financial records and that they provide the additional fundraising sources requirements.
Okay, do we have to stipulate that right now, or do they?
We could bring it back as a report next time if that's what your wish is, to talk about options, if that's what
Well,
you'd like us to do.
what I want to make sure is that if the big concern is for them to stay open, for that building to stay open, I do want us to make a motion and make sure that that is done now rather than later.
Could also be just fund the first year, and we could do the second year of the agreement with the stipulations, if that was what you'd like to do as well.
Okay. Well, like I said, I mean, they're just, again, we've been going at this for a while, and I know that there was proposals presented to us earlier in the year, and it was a lot different than what we're talking about right now. You know, given the information that was provided in the staff report and some of the answers that we had to our questions, I think it's important to, you know, on a condition of, if you want to go a second year, on a condition to make that happen, I think we need to have consistency in financial reporting and efforts in fundraising.
I will second that.
Okay, just so I'm clear. So we would come back at our next meeting, presumably, to approve an agreement to fund the rent at the $39,000 amount for 1 year.
Yes.
And then bring back a report either at that meeting or a future one shortly thereafter to talk about a second year of funding, which would come with stipulations and requirements of reporting and fundraising.
Well, that would include for both.
You want the report you want the next report for the first year also to include stipulated conditions as well?
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, just from staff's perspective, you're looking to increase the fundraising, double it, 50%. Is there a certain, we can provide options if that's something you'd like us to do in that report, and then you could choose?
Yes.
Okay.
What is
What's feasible?
What's feasible for
that would be
an
helpful.
arts, nonprofit organization, their size.
Okay. I think we can come up with a couple options. And
Okay.
Bring a couple agreements that might fit into that realm.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that clear?
I think so. I think we have our direction.
Councilmember Sosa, do you make the motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion.
Okay. Second?
Second.
Please vote.
For sake of the record, I just recommend clarifying the details of the motion, Councilmember Sosa, so it's clear to staff. I believe the discussion is adequately fleshed it out, certainly, but just so it's clear to city staff what the intended action is.
I'll make a motion to approve funding the rent, the lease agreement for State Gallery for the next year, and with the option for a second year, but following conditions that requirements that need to be met with respect to consistent financial reporting and also fundraising efforts that staff's going to come back with options for. Okay?
Moving on to item number 14. Fiscal
Mayor,
year.
can we take the vote?
I think there needs a second and a vote. I don't believe has been.
I made the motion.
I'll second it.
Right. The motion is approved unanimously.
Item number 14, fiscal year 23-24, community-based organizations funding program recommendations. That the city council approve the community-based organization funding request program recommendations for the fiscal year 2023-2024 funding cycle in the amount of $81,500. And City Manager Bradley, I see that we have Jason Chacon from Parks and Rec to provide the report.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
Jason.
you. Thank you, Mayor,
take it
members
away.
of the City Council. Just a quick point of clarification on the title that was read. I know the amount there says 81,000. The actual amount on the staff report is 96,500. I think we had a change in the report. And
Yes, thank you for clarifying that. I was going to call you out on that.
Yes, I'm here to present to you consideration of approval for the community-based organization funding program for the 2023-24 awards cycle. At the June 27th, 2023 council meeting, the City Council adopted the fiscal year budget for 23-24, and a part of that budget included a $100,000 allocation for the creation of a community-based organization funding request program. Additionally, in August of 2023, the City Council established guidelines that provided clear and efficient means for community-based programs to request funding for programs, events, and services in a more efficient way rather than coming before the council on a one-off basis each time there was a request. The CBO funding request program supports local nonprofit organizations that provide community benefits to Downey residents. Some of the requirements of the CBO program included they needed to be an existing nonprofit in good standing with the California State Secretary and provide documents as such of their status. The organization exhibited sound fiscal program through appropriate financial records and documentation, and that the organization demonstrated a history of community fundraising activities and is not entirely dependent on city financial assistance for the program's events or services. The staff received a total of 7 applications during this cycle in the total amount of $135,820, of which $100,000 was currently allocated for this program. Applications received varies in purpose and scope. Those are included in your staff report in attachments A through G. I will go through the 7 briefly and then discuss some of the criteria. The Downey Symphonic Society had a request for $15,000 for their concert in the park, which they annually would come before the City Council on a request. And the direct service provided, it goes to pay for their 40 plus musicians for the concert that we have at their summer concert in the park, with approximately 500 to 600 residents that were serviced. Desert Rain Church has a food pantry, the ABO Food Pantry and Resource Center. They requested $22,500. In speaking with the members of the church, we had some clarification on their application. Specifically, it's going to go for the vehicle fuel insurance and repairs for their box truck and flatbed truck that they use to grab food and deliver it. State Arts, art classes and workshops in the amount of $24,000. It will pay for staff, services, and supplies with 400 residents approximately serviced. Excuse me, let me go back to Desert Rain Church. They anticipate about 300 households per month that will be serviced through their food pantry. The whole child, $15,000 for mental health and housing services. This would go for employee wages at their Family Access Center in Downey with a total of 84 residents serviced. The 1020 Club wellness workshops that focus on nutrition, fitness, and professional development for $20,000. Staff and supplies would be the main direct service. 168 anticipated Downey residents or students. Drumming for Your Life, a reading and rhythm program, requested $19,320. It would go for staff and supplies for a total of 50 approximate Downey residents serviced. And LA CATA for homeless services, $20,000, which would cover a partial full-time case manager. And there's a 19 expected Downey residents serviced. The proposals that were submitted were evaluated on the following criteria: the number of Downey residents served, how proposed programs aligned with the city council priorities, and how well the programs fit the current needs of the community. Of the 7 applications that were submitted, staff is requesting 5, which deemed to be the best, meeting the criteria for the funding for the 2023-24 fiscal year. The 2 applications that were not recommended for funding are the Drumming for Life for $19,320 and LA CATA. The Drumming for Life is a reading and rhythm program, a multi-sensory literacy program. It's about a 7-week class that they do for about 7 students at a time, with a total reach of 50 Downey residents in their first program coming out. And LA CATA's was to support a case manager that they already have that currently works. It would be a supplement of their current full-time salary that they pay there, for a total of 19 Downey residents. The 2 noted are the 2 lowest resident served programs of the CBO in this first funding cycle. For the total amount of recommendation is $96,500 for this first year of the funding program for CBO. It should be noted just in the staff report, there's a note there about Whole Child. There's another state grant that is out there that if they were to get that and we're able to partner with them, they would not receive the funding that we are currently recommending. So that's in the works currently. So just to be noted for the council. That concludes my report, and I can answer any questions that the council has.
Thank you, Jason, for that. Again, the 2 organizations that staff is not recommending are the Drumming for Life and LA CATA, based on the Downey residents serviced, correct?
Correct.
And also, I want to, for the record, mention that with the in-kind donation that the city provided earlier this year to LA CATA, that would also not qualify them for this program as well.
Not this current funding cycle because of the fiscal year. It is anticipated, in speaking with LA CATA, that they will be coming back for the 24-25 CBO cycle to submit funding requests for the Pride event.
Correct, correct. Also, another thing that I want to mention is we have been supportive of the Downey Symphonic Society, and this year we also agreed, and keep me honest here, Vania, was it $17,000 that we approved for concerts in the park?
17,000 and change, I believe.
Okay. And so given that, we've already approved for them for that more than this amount, I will recommend that it will be half of what they're asking for.
The next CBO, it's a question for City Manager Bradley. The next CBO run will be when?
We'll do that in conjunction with our next budget cycle. So you'll see applications coming to you probably in the March-April timeframe. So we'll be running it with the next one with the budget cycle. So you'll approve that, all the applications as part of the budget cycle. That way you don't have to do it this late in the year. So everybody can start July 1 that you approve with their program and get their funding as part of the new year. Can I ask real quick just on the Pops in the Park, was that for the program this summer, or are they applying for next summer?
Next summer.
Just so we can clear that, So that would be the one, the money they got for the $17,000 was for this
The
summer.
previous summer, correct. Different
Okay.
fiscal years.
Yeah, just so you.
And so this
That
one,
money has already been provided to them for the 2023 summer concerts, and right now they're asking for the 2024 summer concert series.
okay, and again, based on the criteria that we have, is what are the fundraising efforts that they've done? Because again, as I've looked at these organizations, that is part of the criteria. What are the fundraising efforts? We created this program to assist the nonprofits with the stipulation that they also have to do some fundraising on their own.
For the 2022-23 fiscal year, they reported an estimated cash donation of over $12,000 and grants in $125,000 for just under $145,000 in fundraising and grants.
I just want to clarify, we do have stipulations that any funds awarded to these CBO applicants, there's a follow-up process, right, with respect to checking to receipts and accurate financials?
A part of the packet includes a summary and follow-up reports that they have to submit for the exact funds that were expended, including receipts, other event flyers, pictures that can speak to exactly how the money was spent. It's a part of their application package that needs to get submitted. I can't remember off the top of my head, but we can get that to you. I want to say it's 30 days after their event.
Thank you.
I just have a question on clarification. The $24,000 that we have for the art classes for the Stay Arts, now we just approved the rent at this point. So that's going to come back for discussion at a later point. Or is that included here?
These are separate items according to staff's understanding at this point. So.
Because I don't want to double up on giving approval for something we've already considered in the last thing for the Stay Gallery.
This request was specific for a spring of 2024 art classes, which is a program,
Right.
not rent subsidy.
Okay.
Okay.
However, they could have applied for rent through this program as well too, just to clarify that for the future.
Okay, do they know that?
I believe I told them myself actually a few times, and I think staff has reached out, but it wasn't as clear in the grant guidelines, so maybe it was missed there, but we did try to make sure that was communicated, so we'll make sure that they are aware of it going forward.
Okay. Do you have any other comments, questions?
I don't.
Okay. At this time, I will move to approve.
Second.
Okay. Please vote.
Can we
Yes.
clarify on what you're making a motion to approve?
I'm making a motion to approve what is in front of us. I do want to, there's another one that we discussed, the wellness workshops for the 1020. The request was 20,000. Now, there's something that we need to also clarify, and I know that it was spoken to earlier regarding the mental health and the wellness for children and teenagers post-pandemic. That is something that we know our community and our school district have been struggling with. But having said that, I do want to bring some of these numbers down. I would like for the Downey Symphonic Society from 15,000 to 10,000. Desert Rain from 22,500 to 20,000. Stay Arts to 15,000. The Whole Child, you said there is a possibility that a grant takes care of this, Jason?
Partially.
Okay.
It's a different state grant that other funds would go towards in a larger amount of money, but yes, this would, if that did go through, then they would forfeit this and they wouldn't use the CBO funding for that.
Okay. So, I
Madam Mayor,
was
if I
prepared
could
to.
interject just quickly
Yes.
on that. We're still negotiating with the state and with the Whole Child regarding that grant to see what is eligible under the grant. So depending on how that plays out, it could be withdrawing from the application process, or there may need to be a smaller amount requested per state guidelines. So we'll have that information in the next couple weeks for the council.
Okay, thank you. And then for the 1020, I'm proposing 17,000. And I will make a motion with those new number recommendations.
I just had a question real quick.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, the justification for 17,000 for 1020 Club. What are your thoughts on the 1020 Club?
This one is for staff and supplies. This is to pay for staff salaries.
Yes.
And then Does It Rain, how much?
20,000.
20,000. And this is for, can you please clarify, Jason, what the Desert Rain is?
Vehicle fuel, annual insurance, and repairs for their box truck and flatbed that they use for the food pantry and resource center.
And then Stay Arts, you're proposing we give them 15,000 on what we're giving them for rent or lease. This is separate. It's on top of the 39,000 we're giving them. So 15,000 on top of that. Is that what you're saying?
Are you proposing that?
No, you said 15,000, right? Okay. So what does the total come out to with these new totals?
Oh, it's 77,000.
62,000?
77,000.
77,000.
77,000.
Okay.
Okay, I will make a motion based on the new recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
I think, yeah, Member Horn already seconded, so.
Okay. Please vote.
Sorry. The motion is approved unanimously.
Okay, the last item on our agenda, the painting and security camera upgrades to the downtown parking structure. I know this has been a long time coming. And this is that the city council discuss and provide any feedback on the interior and exterior painting, as well as lighting and ongoing maintenance and security efforts of the parking structure in our downtown. I know this has been an issue that we've been concerned about and we've discussed at great length. City Manager Bradley?
We have our Public Works Director here to provide the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Tonight, we are providing this update on security upgrades at the downtown parking structure. And as you recall, at our last meeting of November 14th, we were asked to come back at this meeting to provide an update on painting, security camera system, lighting, maintenance services, and security patrol services at the downtown parking structure. Just a little bit of background on the parking structure. It was built in 1997. It's 4 stories in height. Total parking capacity is 395 spaces. And it's bounded by Lorena Avenue to the west, movie theater to the north, New Street to the east, and 2nd Street to the south. And I've highlighted Lorena and New Street as the entrance and exits to the parking structure. Maintenance is provided by a combination of our public works staff and a couple of contractors that handle pressure washing and cleaning services. Security patrol is provided by Servexo Patrol Services. Lighting was upgraded in November 2017 to LED lights, and it was last painted in 2005, and that was the only time it was painted.
That was long time ago, man.
Absolutely.
This is a long time coming.
Looking at our existing services from the maintenance side, what you see highlighted in yellow is what's provided by our 2 contractors. There's pressure washing that's handled in the stairwells on the 2nd and 4th Saturday of each month. And the entire concrete deck is pressure washed, all 4 floors on a monthly basis. One of our contractors also provides elevator cleaning Saturday through Monday and daily replacement of the trash bin liners. Our staff handles removal of trash Monday through Friday, graffiti removal Monday through Friday, and they do inspections throughout the parking structure and the elevator Monday through Friday and handle any required service that's needed. The security patrol services that are handled there are until 2 a.m. Monday through Thursday and until 3 a.m. on Friday through Sunday. The existing lighting upgrade that I mentioned before was done in 2017. We have interior lighting, which is essentially ceiling mounted strips within the parking structure in the stairwell area. About 368 total strip lights through the 3 floors. There's stairwell lighting at the top, wall mounted, a total of 4. And then there's lighting on the rooftop, pole mounted 7 total. And lights that are above the elevator at the exit there. New capital project, which was approved with this year's budget, CIP 24-12, includes exterior interior painting. I've put some dates next to these 2 components here. So the exterior interior painting, we believe we would be returning back to council in January of next year to present a contract and be able to start work on painting in February. And the security camera system, we believe we can get started on that over the next couple months, actually starting in December.
Who will be installing the security system?
So
cameras.
We have a we have quotes from 2 contractors to help provide the services, the equipment and service installation, working in conjunction with our IT division. The painting will include exterior painting, the smooth concrete surfaces, and the interior, the walls, ceilings, and columns, and all 4 floors. Security camera system, our IT division worked very closely with our police department to identify a number of and types of cameras that would be needed and the locations, with a total of 12 over the top 3 floors and with 4 on each floor. That includes at the entrance and exit with license plate reading technology, at the stairwells and at the elevator as well. On the rooftop, there would be 2 360-degree cameras. In addition to doing this work, there would be electrical conduit upgrades that would be necessary for bringing power to all of those cameras, and as well as network cabling upgrades that would be required to tie into the city's fiber optic network to bring those signals back to our police department so they can monitor those camera systems. Looking at potential enhancements to our services, as I was mentioning, our pressure washing of our stairwells are handled on Saturdays twice per month, the 2nd and 4th Saturday. We would look at enhancing that to a weekly basis with our contractor, and that would result in an annual increase from $11,500 to $23,000. The pressure washing of the concrete is handled on a monthly basis, and we believe we would look at enhancing that to twice per month, with an annual increase from $35,000 a year to $70,000. The security patrol services, prior to August 2023, those services were handled until midnight Monday through Thursday and until 2 a.m. Friday through Sunday. That was upgraded after August 23 to include bringing those patrol services until 2 a.m. Monday through Thursday and increasing it until 3 a.m. on Friday through Sunday. I just noted here that there is a new RFP that will be going out in the early spring and a new contract coming back to council for consideration for those patrol services. Looking at funding for the project, the new CIP project 24-12, there was $250,000 that were appropriated as part of the fiscal year 23-24 budget. There was tonight with our, there was an action to appropriate an additional $72,000 to handle the cost of the security camera system. With the total funding appropriated now of $322,000, and staff believes that the anticipated expenditures for this project will be $300,000. So a little bit of wiggle room there in case some of the prices come in a little bit higher when we go out to bid this month for the painting services. For the maintenance services, annual cost for existing services is $46,500. If we were to increase both the pressure washing of the stairwells and the going to pressure washing the concrete deck an additional time per month, that would double that contract, those costs to $46,500. We believe that that could be handled, at least the cost for providing the pressure washing services of the stairwells could be handled through the existing street sweeping services account. We are taking bids for looking at adding the pressure washing of the concrete deck, and would return back in January based on those bids if we needed additional funds to cover that service. The security patrol services, and I just estimated this is for the enhanced services, 11 additional hours each week at an OT rate of roughly $37 an hour, results in $405 per week, or a little over $21,000 per year. And this is currently handled through that account there, community development account that handles those services at the parking structure. And we just looking at a concept and getting some feedback from council on the exterior painting. We're looking at the idea of to paint one exterior wall with a geometric mural pattern using our standard City of Downey color palette, the white, blue, and orange, to help create a little bit of synergy with the downtown area and draw in patrons to use the downtown and the parking structure. And with a staff report, we provided some examples of what these, kind of simple geometric patterns look like. Again, using those, the Downey color palette, but just to get some ideas going on this and see if there is a desire to kind of pursue handling one of the walls with this kind of treatment. And just to give you some examples of what the existing walls look like right now. So if we were just to kind of do a clean white paint color, we could do that on all three walls. This is the exterior.
No, not white.
What's that?
Not
Yes.
just white.
Yes, they're right now very kind of a dingy beige color, but we would be painting them a kind of a clean white color to match what would be going inside. This is the exterior wall on Lorena Avenue. This is the exterior wall on 2nd Street, facing 2nd Street. And this is the exterior wall facing New Street. So if there's any feedback that council would like to provide on handling, doing some sort of treatment, we could pursue getting some designs and bringing those back. So at this point, we'd just like council to discuss and provide feedback on the painting, the lighting, the maintenance, and all security efforts at the downtown parking structure. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Matt. I am really excited about having this discussion because it's been a long time coming. As you can see, the last time the parking structure was painted was in 2015.
2005, actually.
Excuse me, 2005. It's nearly 20 years, and certainly with what we hear constantly from community residents, that they don't feel safe going in there, and it's underutilized, and we need to do better. So this is really a long time coming, and I think it's going to provide such relief for parking in that area, but also we also need to look at, once this is all done, having a campaign to make sure that residents and visitors feel safe utilizing that structure. Let me ask you, what is did an RFP go out for the security system? Or is that something we're going to be doing in-house?
Yeah, our IT division received a number of quotes for providing those services and the equipment.
Okay.
And those total a little under $75,000. So we would actually proceed under city manager's authority to move forward on those projects right away.
Okay, excellent. And as far as the painting, you said we will come back again in early next year?
Yeah, in January. Right now we have an estimate of $225,000 to do the exterior interior painting. We believe if we get competitive bids on that, we know we have at least one around $225,000. So
with work to begin in February is our plan.
Yes, after the other work is completed.
Was there an RFP for the pressure washing?
No, the pressure washing, well, it was as part of the original street sweeping contract. We negotiated with them to provide additional services, as it's pretty common with street sweeping contracts with cities that as you're doing negotiation, you ask for additional services throughout the city. And some years ago, those services were added at the parking structure.
So that's okay.
So yes, it was competitively bid. We would be expanding the services with our competitively bid contractor.
Okay.
Okay, and this, how long would it take, once again, given the approvals, and what is some sort of a timeline do we have for the painting and the installation
Yeah,
of
so
all this?
we believe that the security camera work will be completed by end of January, very beginning of February. If we were to bring back the contract for the painting in January, we believe we would start right after that and be probably within a month.
Okay.
We would have that
And
completed.
you know what I
so
would
by
like,
March.
because we have a couple of new council members joining us, I would like to have a discussion on the geometric, design, hopefully, with the new council members on board. I do like the potential idea of incorporating the Downey colors and give it a little bit of pop in the downtown. It's been, as you mentioned, this dingy beige, and it's just doesn't work. Meanwhile, we have the Doodalicious mural just down the street, and it's very colorful, and there's other murals that have been painted around downtown that are very popular. So something that is unique, and it speaks to our downtown and our downtown revitalization. I think it would be something we would like to discuss, but certainly add a little bit of color would be something I would like. What do you think, Sosa?
No, I agree. I'm actually excited about it. I think, I'm a big believer in the broken windows theory, where if you have an area that looks like there's crime happening, it invites more crime. The stairwells, the urine in the stairwells, and the parking lot, and some of the cars being broken into and stuff, just invites more crime. So if we can clean that up, get some security in there, and just make it inviting for people to park there, parking is much needed. I'm all in favor of it.
Yeah, and with that, I also think the security in the downtown security patrol services, much has been discussed about the current security company that is been tasked or that we've contracted with, and again, I'm looking forward to going to an RFP and looking at a better security company that will really keep a good eye. With our downtown being so lively in the weekend, we've got to make sure we have more of a presence in our parking structure, in especially late hours and weekends.
So we're happy to bring back the report with the contract for painting in January and have a conversation with the full council then about the geometric colors and other things. So thank you.
Excellent. So is there any motion that we need to make? Or
We have the
any-
direction we need. We're good at this
You're
point.
good?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Matt. Really appreciate it. Okay, well, this brings us to the end of our time together. I will ask us to please spend a moment in silence as we adjourn in memory of Fire Sergeant Thomas Petsky, Jr. of the Crestwood, Kentucky, Ballardsville Fire and Rescue, who died while battling a brush fire. Firefighter EMT Andrew Drew B. Price of Chicago, Illinois, who died while on duty responding to a 4-story fire. Division Officer 3 Jovian Motley of the Texas Correctional Institution, who died while helping restrain a combative inmate. Agent Freddie Ortiz, U.S. Navy veteran and U.S. Department of Homeland Security Border Patrol, who was killed in a crash while on duty. And our former First Lady, Rosalind Carter. A moment of silence, please. Thank you. This council meeting is now adjourned. The time is 9:37.